And we're back after a solid week. But it is good to be back. Welcome one and all to the Ultimate Living Origin Form Pokédex. I am here with you now, hopefully about to put a very big dent in this last little remainder that we have for our captures. If we take a look at the chart here, there are 7 Pokemon left, or 8 Pokemon total left in Kanto for me to obtain. 7 of which are eggs that I need to RNG to be shiny, which is very difficult in this game. And the last one, I'm going to save Mewtwo for the final capture, which is actually going to be a little bit easier than this, but it's not going to be easy per se. But we have 4 different Rhyhorns. Male-female Rhyhorn, male-female Rhydon. We have Kangaskhan, Mr. Mime, and we have Jinx, which I'm halfway through the RNG right now. So once we have those eggs out of the way, we will do Shiny Mewtwo, and that will be all of the Pokemon that we can obtain from Fire Red and Leaf Green for the purposes of this challenge, meaning basically just Kanto forms. So let's go ahead and get started here. I have my timer ready with all the settings that I need. And hopefully I can hit the next 2 frame perfect inputs. And we can just get a shiny Jinx. More accurately, a shiny Smoochum, which will become our shiny Jinx. If you're jumping in blind, the explanation here is I am receiving the egg from the daycare man, which is the second part of the egg generation process. I've already locked in the first half of the egg's PID in the first step that I did previous stream. And so now I need to receive this egg on exactly the right frame, and then it will be shiny. And I also want to do so with the right initial seed. I won't know what seed I hit until after I confirm with an Abra at the game corner once I receive the egg. If I'm not on seed after confirmation, then I'll just try again. If I am, I'll hatch the egg and hopefully confirm that I was on frame. But it's tough. Frame perfect inputs are difficult. So fingers crossed that I was on frame there. Won't know for sure until I hatch the egg, but I can at least confirm whether or not I'm on seed right away, which is pretty helpful because you wouldn't want to hatch an egg every time and waste all that investment, all that time, and you're not even on seed, so there would be no chance. And this Abra doesn't really matter too much. I just want to receive it around the same time so that I can confirm whatever it is I'm landing on to deduce my seed. And it looks like I was 1 seed early. Let me just confirm that my frame total's correct. That's 3,600 plus 3,000. Okay, yeah. So according to this, you can't really see it super well from there, but I was 1 seed early. So I'm just going to start everything all over again. And again, I would much rather be off on the seed occasionally and be able to check that before spending a bunch of time hatching the egg itself, because that does take a while. Thankfully, I'm pretty sure Jinx is the last egg that we need to hatch that is over 20 egg cycles. The rest have been 25, 30, 35, 40. Chansey was the only 40. So those are extra long hatch times. So that button press felt good to me. You never know, but I'm feeling pretty good about it. So hopefully I'm on seed. Welcome, welcome. DJ Gardawubs, whatever. That's a lot of syllables. How's it going? Gardawubs, there. So I'd very much like for this to be on seed, because I feel good about it. And I was on seed, so this could be shiny Jinx / Smoochum. So let's find out. Easier to understand the more it's said. I concur. And naturally, with a predominantly egg-heavy RNG stream, we're going to be doing a lot of this. A lot of biking up and down. But it will all be worth it if the content of the egg is what we're looking for, is a shiny. I think with this 25 egg cycle Pokemon, it's going to take like maybe 9 minutes to fully hatch. Or maybe that's the 20 cycle. Maybe it's going to be like 11. Can't quite remember the range, but it's going to be really nice when the rest are just 20 sub 10-minute hatches every time, as long as I'm not bumping into the wall too much. There was one bump that cost me 2 additional seconds. So I will not do that anymore. Laser focus the entire 10-minute-ish span. Get this thing hatched. I am tempted to look for the shiny Smoochum sprite just so I can see from the hatch if it's shiny. I think I remember what the normal one looked like with the first attempt. So I think I'll be able to tell. I know this is what you all came to see, right? I know we all live for biking in the underground path, listening to the bike music on repeat. I'm totally with you, Bravely Horizon. Bring on the trumpets. That one meme with the brother playing the trumpet directly at the sister, I believe that's the context. Even the bike music for Hoenn is probably a little bit more entertaining as a standalone track than the Fire Red version or Leaf Green version. Do you have a favorite Hoenn track, Bravely? I can tell you mine is 100% the cave. What is it called? Now I look like a noob. I can't even remember the name of the cave. The one where you find Bagon and everything. What's that cave called? I'm totally blanking on it. But anyway, that's one of my favorite tracks in all of Hoenn. Anyone know how we're doing on time? My water bottle was not ready. We've been at it for at least 6 minutes, I would say. Maybe just a few more. Yeah, I feel you. It's a strong intro. I guess it depends on what kind of player you are to which one you heard more. Because if you're someone who was resetting the game quite a bit, or had multiple play sessions, then you would probably have heard that intro a lot more than someone that just played the game for long periods without resetting a lot. I.e., if you were like a shiny hunter or something, you've probably heard the intro more than just about anyone. Versus casual players probably have more fond memories of certain in-game tracks. Well, hello, Gucci. What egg? This is the Jinx slash Smoochum egg. And speaking of which, please be shiny. Please. I don't think that's shiny. Let's see. That is not shiny. Sad. And you know what? I'm gonna expedite this a little bit and just... Let's see, where's the thing? There's the thing. So, I don't really need to... I don't need to put everything in specifically. All I need to do is double check. Let's see, nature is bold. Starting, and the received frames is 3623. And we're looking for bold frames. And yeah, I was once one frame. Wait. 3623. Weird. According to this should be my shiny frame. But that's not right. I suppose I should... Oh, actually, hold on. I could have been... Could have been 4 frames early. Well, that doesn't sound right. Alright, actually, maybe I do need to confirm what this is. So let me see what's going on. I'm just going to type in the stats real quick. And of course, everything on this thing reset, so let me just remove 4. Okay. Add 7? Yep, that's it. Okay, let me figure out what the IVs are, and then we'll see what's going on. I doubt I was 4 whole frames early, which is the only other result I'm seeing here, but maybe I just don't have the search parameters correct, so let me just double check here. Sweet kiss. And that's probably good for the levels. Okay. What nature is this? Oh, it's bold, that's right. So I put that in. It's saying my special attack is impossible? Why are you saying that? Come again? Well, we'll just put everything in except special attack. Oh wait, that's weird too. What on earth? Okay, why is this not... The IVs have been killing me this whole process. I've been able to get through it, but man, these IVs have been crushing me. Alright. New plan. I'm just going to put in the raw ranges based on its current stats right now. That way there is absolutely no in between here. And I can go ahead and put those in now. These are wider ranges, but they're still probably going to be enough to figure out where exactly I am. And yeah, that's all I need. I am perplexed because this should be my shiny frame, unless... No. No. The two seem to get along, yeah. I'm very confused. This is saying that I was on my target. But this is not a shiny Smoochum. And I guess the only thing that could be happening is my... Surely my IDs are correct, right? 37698, 31404. Yeah, those are correct. Now, this has never happened to me before. Where I... What could have prevented that from being shiny? I'm very confused. Okay, one thing... I will confirm one thing, which is the compatibility. Is the gender messing with it? I don't think so. I have everything in my calculator saying that it's all female. How could that be messing with it? I mean... Yeah, I'm very perplexed. The two seem to get along. That is what it is. So, why then is this happening? This is normal method. My seeds are correct. I mean, I guess I could have had my initial wrong. But that seems weird. Oh, wait. Oh, snap. Maybe that is what happened. Maybe I didn't have the right shiny frame initially. That's... Oh, okay. Yeah, because this is exactly the same. So that might be what it is. I actually didn't have the right initial frame. I seriously jumped the gun there. That probably makes more sense. It's the exact same frame. That's wild. The exact same frame there. Okay. That's got to be what it is, because otherwise it would be shiny. Nothing else is off. So I allegedly, apparently I hit 1403 for my initial one, and that's obviously not a shiny frame, because it would be shiny if I hit the same one. So I guess I have to start all over. That... Wow. Okay. That was quite the misdirect there. Long story short is, I have to reset everything for this egg. I thought I was halfway done. Now, apparently, I was not only not halfway, but I have to do the whole thing over again. So, bit of unfortunate news. But I could get it this next try. Oh well, I guess this is a great opportunity to highlight what's going on. So let me take my Pokemon out of the daycare, and I'll give the spiel of exactly how all of this works for the egg RNG. So I'll save real quick, just in case something goes wrong, but it usually doesn't. Okay, so this is how you do egg RNG in Fire Red and Leaf Green. You start by putting your Pokemon in the daycare, fresh. So I'm going to put my Ditto and my Zinx in there. And now I need to take 254 steps and then save before taking the 255th step, which is when the egg is set to be generated. So I put on a max repel to track 250 of those 254 steps. And now I'm going to pace back and forth until it runs out. After which I will take 4 more steps, I will save, and then I will set up everything for the reset to get the first half of the egg generated. So Bravely, your recommendation is to evolve everything in Kanto first before moving on? I mean, I see the point in that, yeah. I'm not 100% set on whether I'm going to save everything for the end of Gen 3 or do Kanto last. Do Kanto before Hoenn. If more people, if that's their opinion, then I may just go ahead, evolve everything up before moving on to Hoenn. That way, Kanto is 100% fully done. Never have to go back to it, never have to address it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's that. All right, so we are in position. Now we just need to get everything set up in Eon Timer. So our target is going to be 1404. So I'm going to put that in. And my calibration for each step is a little bit different. So I'm going to put that's my target. Get my notepad open where I have all these lovely numbers hidden away somewhere. And yeah, so the calibration for this initial one is going to be this 1374.57 is the one that I'm consistently using. So that is all said and done and ready to go. And now we hopefully hit our seed, the initial seed, and then hopefully generate the egg on exactly frame 1405. What helps is that there is a gap between 1403 and 1405. So if I'm one early, an egg will not be generated. So that gives me some peace of mind. But yes, Bravely, I am looking forward to Hoenn, so that is the consideration of just like jumping in. What's going on, Sergio? Sorry, I've had my head in the sand trying to get all this sorted, but I think I figured it out. Yeah, I did. Thanks to your advice, I figured I actually had to generate the eggs in Fire Red and Leaf Green, so that's why I'm going through all this now. No egg. Try again. They looked in Jeeks and were like, yeah, let's do more with this. It's exactly what went through their head, I'm sure. It's not the worst Pokemon. I guess it depends on what metric you're using. I mean, it's just a little baby. Isn't that what everyone was asking for? Everyone was like, oh, you know what's missing in the catalog of Pokemon after the initial release of Gen 1? We need more baby. And they gave us. They delivered. They really delivered an actual baby. Not just a baby Pokemon, but a baby. Hello, Shargo. Tough, tough, tough. No eggs, no eggs. It's at least bottom 10? Okay, yeah. That's fair. I'll give you that. Bottom 10 for Smoochum. I think Elekid has something to offer in terms of the baby pre-evolutions. Elekid is fun, but Magby and Smoochum, yeah, they're whatever. I do like Why Not. Why Not is also fun. Welcome, Caddy. We're doing good. I am a little sad that I thought I was farther along with the Jinx egg than I was, having to start over. But other than that, we're fine. And this egg is really not wanting to show itself. You're damn right I have a lot of work ahead. Oh yeah, Riolu's good. It's hard to put Riolu in the same category considering it wasn't like a pre-evolution released later. It was just part of the line. But I guess it is still a baby Pokemon because it can't breed itself, which is one of the criteria. That's basically the same logic with +1 Minun, right? Pokemon exclusively designed for the double battle feature, introducing those. But really don't have much to offer otherwise. Okay, so I took a step which caused the game to generate an egg this time. And if I took the step on exactly the right frame, then I will have generated the first half of the egg. And I'm going to confirm now whether or not I was on seed. Because if I wasn't on seed, then there's no point in moving forward. If I was, then there is a chance that I was on target. Okay, mild. And it appears I was on seed, so we have a run, ladies and gentlemen. I really, really hope that I'm not in the similar position as before where I hit the wrong frame, but we will not know that until after we're done with this. So now I am once again going to put my new target in for this, 3623, and put in my calibration I had earlier, 1592.48. Okay, why you always do this to me? Don't be like that. There we go. And now I just have to do exactly what I did a moment ago. At the start of this stream, I landed on frame 3623. I just had the wrong initial frame for the first half. So I just need to do that exact same thing again right now. And hopefully this time it will be shiny. I guess Plusle and Minun are at Plusle and Minun are at best fine. Yeah, the concept alone for Shedinja makes it a pretty peak. That's a nice connection. You're allowed to appreciate Plusle and Minun then, Caddy. No one else, just you and your twin. You've been doing Fire Red and Leaf Green Egg RNG, Sergio? Oh yeah, Toxel. It's so funny that Toxel's such a recent baby Pokemon. Like, you think that that's an older concept. But yeah. I don't feel good about that button press. Should I just do it again? I'll see if I'm on seed. I think I was early there. Nah, you know what? I'm getting in my head. I can't. If I even think I was early, there's just no point in investing all the time because it's almost 10 minutes to hatch an egg. You know, why go through all that if I'm not totally confident? Yeah, get ready for the bicycle music. We're nearly there. Well, I commend you. I commend you both. And that felt like a late seed press, but I guess we'll see. I have never used Plusle or Minun, with the exception of Colosseum, because, excuse me, Plusle is a Pokemon that you can get that is not a Shadow Pokemon, and I did get a lot of use out of it for my Colo run, but that's the only time I've ever used either of the two in any serious or concrete way. Okay, that one felt better. Now I just hope I was on seed there. You love everything to do with Colosseum? Really? Everything? I don't know if I'm with you there. Tell me more about your macro, Rebel. That sounds interesting. Like a macro for hatching eggs? Is that what you said last time? No dice. I was not on seed. Wait, why are all these results like crazy? 36, 36. Ranges are fine. Oh, well, first of all, my seed range doesn't need to be that wide, but that's kind of weird. What is that, like 3 seeds late? That's bizarre. Maybe I just pressed a button wrong or whatever. I mean, arguably, Caddy, they still do make useless Pokemon that are just for world building. So if I'm understanding correctly, Rebel, you're saying that your egg hatches have been interrupted by Galarian Zigzagoons. Or it's just taking forever to hatch one. Is that what you're saying? Because I would imagine that certain wild Pokemon might be able to run after you in whatever loop you're running. Masuda hunts can really drag, especially in Sword and Shield. Yeah, I feel you, Caddy. I've been getting a lot of wrist pain lately. Doing some repetitive button pressing for a hunt on the side. And so I've had to take some breaks here and there. Also not on seed. I was one seed late. Skewing pretty late now. Oddly enough. One thing I do want to check on here. I thought there was a gap here. Can that be shiny? Hold on. Am I insane? I could have sworn I set this up to have a gap between my shiny frame and the other. Oh well, this may be dragged on quite a bit, unfortunately. We'll see. Okay, that's good. You won't have random encounters, Rebel, getting in the way. I was one seed early. Jeez, I'm really struggling with these initial seeds now. Which is not boding well for that first step. Because if I was off seed, then that's not going to be good. I could make it work. Maybe, if I'm lucky, but... Actually, you know what? I wasn't off seed because I checked. But I mean off frame. Yeah, the F in Masuda stands for fun. Why am I not resetting in front of the game corner counter? Because I want to consistently generate the egg and receive the egg at on a precise frame. And it doesn't matter when I check whether I'm on seed or not. All that matters is I'm on frame. So, to ensure that there's no excess noise traveling from the game corner or vice versa, traveling anywhere, I'm just right where I need to be. I'm going to hit the button at exactly the right time with as little noise as possible. And then I will check after the fact whether or not I was on seed. That way, my chances of being on target are a lot more likely than otherwise. Yeah, unfortunately, in the newer games, there's fewer and fewer opportunities to use RNG manipulation, so even if you prefer to, unfortunately, it's more and more grinding now. So yeah, a macro controller is a must. I do have one, or I have a controller with a macro capabilities, but I don't use it very much. At least not yet. There are certain things I'm going to use it for in the future. Oh god, yeah, I really wish Let's Go allowed for pro controllers. That would make my life so much easier. Dear God, I was one seed late, one seed early, one seed... I'm all over the place. This is rough. And all for the chance to be not on my target. Something I might have done. Did I? Let's do any... 1403. Yeah, they're still there. I don't know what I did last stream, but I could have sworn that I had a frame buffer in between the eggs. Yeah, I only like playing Let's Go for very specific things. Very specific purposes. Congrats on the Mewtwo with the special background, Stiggy. I've never put too much stock in the background thing, but for Go players, I know that that's more of a special thing to get. Yeah, Crypto Secure has taken away many RNG opportunities. I could get Shiny Gimmighoul now, but by the time I get to Gen 8 or 9, there will be other opportunities. I don't need to rush it at the moment. It's the same deal with Meltan. Every now and again, they give you the opportunity. You're not strong enough, Caddy. It's probably a good thing. You're probably saving yourself a lot of headache. Yes, for anyone else who wants a shiny Gimme Ghoul, go for it. Take advantage. Okay, wait. No, wait. Which one is this? Inner focus. Bold, bold. I have 2 results that are 2 frames apart. That is so annoying. Okay, how do I tell these apart? You know what? Screw it. I'm going to use one of the rare candies. I don't care. This probably isn't going to be the shiny anyway. Okay, but it was the one on seed, so let's see what we have. We are hatching another egg, and I am not going to say how confident I am that this is going to be shiny, but let's just say I'm not super confident. Yeah, Meltan is pretty trivial. You just have to make sure you're on top of the release windows for the shiny. Gimme Ghoul is going to be trickier because you have to be moving. I think that's how it works. For this challenge specifically, I only need 1 shiny roaming form Gimme Ghoul, because the Golden Go for the Dex is going to come from Paldea. So, even though there's some extra steps, I just need 1. Rebel, if you're trading with Go players specifically, I'm sure that they would gladly trade over the normal form for the special form, because those are really only valuable to Go players. Some people are both. Some people are into both Pogo and the main series, but I think your odds are going to be better getting a regular shiny Gimme Ghoul for the special one. Well, Bravely, it will be going in a box, the PC box, but I get what you mean. Just throw it out. Yeah, I'm getting there. It's crazy how inconsistent this whole egg experience has been, because I feel like I had a pretty smooth start with the first 2 that I hatched. I believe it was the Farfetch'd and the Chansey. Then Lickitung took forever, in part due because I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't have the IVs correct, so that was really messing up my results. But yeah, it's been a wild ride. And then last stream, I was on an absolute roll. Thought I could continue that, but we've hit a bit of a snag here. Once I get through Smoochum, maybe we can pick things back up. I'd really like to get these eggs done. It's not the most thrilling process, and we want to get to Mewtwo and we want to finish Kanto. I know I'm ready to move on, and many of you are as well, so... That's a good point, yeah. Maybe wait till it's over. Oh, of course it will happen, yeah. It's just, I want it to happen, fast. I want it to be done now, please. Yes, you are correct. Once Kanto is finished, we move on to Hoenn, because those are the two regions that we're tackling in Generation 3. Johto will be saved for Gen 4 in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. So the generation breakdown is Gen 1 and 3, or sorry, Kanto and Hoenn for Gen 3, Johto and Sinnoh for Gen 4, Unova for Gen 5, Kalos for Gen 6, Alola for Gen 7, Galar for Gen 8, and is Hisui Gen 8? I think it is. Galar and Hisui for Gen 8. And then, of course, Paldea for Gen 9. And I don't even know if, what do I need from ZA? Just the Floette and the shiny Volcanion? That would be for Kalos, though. So, yeah, that's the breakdown. It's only in the first two generations where it seems a little out of order, since Johto doesn't get an official release in Gen 3. One thing I am looking forward to is when we get to the Switch games, that timer that I have in the back of my head, which no one really knows when it's going to go off, but that ultimate end to transferring Pokemon through Bank, whenever that shuts down, once I get past that threshold, I'm going to be so much more relaxed, so much less anxiety when everything's past there. And also, my favorite Pokemon game, Pokemon Legends Arceus, is one of the things on the Switch I need to play for the Arceus and BSP, and for the Enamorous, both the normal and the shiny one you get in the... Well, actually, yeah, I need to play through Hisui twice to get 2 Enamorous and 2 shiny Enamorous. I guess I only need to play through it once for the 2 shiny Enamorous. You just need multiple home accounts for the gift. You gotta love the multi-system hunts with the Wave Bird. I want to set one of those up sometime. We probably will do Type Null on normal Sun and Moon. I know I need the Ultra games for Blacephalon and... I don't know what the other one is that I'm thinking of. But yeah, the specific Ultra Beasts. Yeah, Wind of Waves is probably going to be out before I complete everything up to it, which is fine. It's all good. I'm not worried about anything on the Switch. The only thing that's on a timer is Gen 7 and below. So as long as I can finish those before bank closure, if such a thing happens, which I'm sure it will in some form, but then that's the deal. Yeah, we don't need anything from Coliseum or XD. Everything's coming from Fire Red, Leaf Green, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. I don't remember the specific things to do with the Type Null RNG. I know that there's a lot of noise where you initially receive it, and if you fill up your PC to the max, then you can delay receiving it until later. Or maybe that's Poipole. I don't actually remember But yeah, if you say doing it in Ultra games is better, then I might just save it for that. Because I'll have to play through them anyway, so there's really no point in me doing it in the harder game. I may end up having to play through, well, would I though? I think I just need to play through Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon once each. I don't think I need to play the vanilla Alola games at all, because the legendaries are shiny locked. I will get Cosmog and Cosmoem between the two playthroughs, as well as Solgaleo and Lunala, so I think that covers everything. Oh, I suppose I do need, in addition to Type Null and Silvally, I need Shiny Type Null and Shiny Silvally, so that actually would require 4 playthroughs total, so I don't even know what I'm talking about. So that answers my question there, and same thing for Poipole. I need a normal Poipole, Shiny Poipole, and normal and Shiny Naganadel. Okay, that's good to know. Caddy, I hope you're right. I just don't know if the bank system can, or not the bank system, the home system can be circumvented because of the home tracker that every Pokemon gets. I just don't know. Maybe it's possible. I'm not sure. But okay. Okay. Who knows what this is gonna be? It's probably not gonna be shiny. Yeah, that's a normal one. And I'm okay with it as long as I confirm a couple things. So, you little rat, you. Okay. Yeah, I know. Smoochum is really giving me a run for my money. This is Mark all over again, unfortunately. Put it on fire. All right, people. Let's not get too rash here. And I'm now 1 rare candy short, but not permanently, just for this little section here. Okay. Don't give me impossible results. Good. Everything is in a range that makes sense. Thanks for that. And now the IV ranges are as follows. Okay. Here goes nothing. That's too far down. No shit. I hit 1406. Maybe. Wait. 36. 36. Okay, hold on. Why was I so early there? Or no, so late. 4 frames late. No. What in the hell? Is this right? Would I even be able to... Well, let's just go down even more. Yeah, this has to be it. I was on 1406, and as far as I'm aware, that is not something that is shiny, is it? $36.27 is what I hit. Yeah, 4 frames. What in the world? Yeah, that sucks. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, 1404 is a shiny frame? Dude. What the hell? How did I get this so wrong? So apparently I was on a shiny frame at the start of the stream. Dude. I'm not anymore, though. Let me check something here. I'm gonna be a little bit unconventional for a moment. What is this? E172. That's this. What would happen if I, for instance, yeah, different results. Can I make 1406 work? I can. I can make it work. Okay. We're going off script here a little bit, but I know what I have to do. And I have to hit 1 seed early for the pickup, so I don't have to start everything over again. Okay. Yes, the IVs of the parent are good now. I checked that. I guess I can briefly look here just to be safe, but I'm fairly certain I corrected those. 18, 17, 18, 25, 21, 22. Yep. That's correct. Okay. So, people, do not panic. Do not panic. We have a solution, but it is not super, super ideal. Basically, I'm going to change my target here, and I'm not aiming for the same seed anymore. Now I'm going to aim for 1 early. Right? That's what I'm aiming for? Yeah. 9804. So that's the seed I want. And if I'm on that seed and I hit the frame, then this will be shiny. So I found a path forward that does not involve me restarting everything. Thankfully. But I will likely have to do this at least twice, because this first time, almost certainly, I'm not going to be calibrated correctly. But yeah, you know how we were talking about, or how I was mentioning Smoochum is, doesn't deserve to be the worst Pokemon ever? Well, I think I'm revising that stance in real time. I think I'm having a change of heart. So yeah, basically, if I change what seed I'm on when I'm receiving the egg, then I can make 1406 work, which is the one I'm on. And apparently 1404 worked too. I'm just stupid. That's all that this is. What is everyone's least favorite? I don't even know if I could name my least favorite other than Smoochum right now. Grimmsnarl is your bottom? Really? Grimmsnarl's actually, like... Well... I guess... that could not be your thing, but... that surprises me, that anyone's bottom would be Grimmsnarl. Like, they're very worst. I mean, I guess I get what you're saying. You don't want to meet him. Yeah, there are some mons that their art style kind of deviates from, I guess, what you imagine Pokemon to be, like the style or the way of it. I don't even know what I'm saying, but still. That surprises me. They did do Shiny Espeon dirty, that's true. It's a disservice. Okay. Alright, what is my range now? It's 9,400? So I gotta go at least... let's go 9,600, jeez. That can be at least minimum of 3,000 anyway. And so... it looks like I'm on seed for what I wanted. I wanted to be one early, and it looks like I was one early. So, say it with me. Egg time. Hatch and egg time. Yeah, Rhyperior is, I don't know what they were thinking with Rhyperior. There's got to be some kind of, inspiration behind that. I think, why don't I use this time here of mindlessly scrolling to... let's see, I'm going to look at a Pokédex here. We're just going to see all the Uggos. All of the terrible Pokemon. Let's see, National Dex. Alright, we're starting with Gen 1. I can't really say anything in Gen 1 is my least favorite. They all have a certain iconic nature to them. Can't be doing that. Gen 2, we have the babies, which we've already talked about. I smooch them. You are dangerously close to being my all-time bottom spot here. But let's see what else they got. I have a fondness for most of these Gen 2 guys, too. honestly. Can't throw too much hate in that direction. Hoenn, everything slaps. Everything is totally the way it should be. I guess I never really got Masquerain. Yeah, Masquerain. Never really got that one. Something's off about it. Definitely not bottom 10 material, but it's fine. But everything else, just peak design. No complaints. Including Castform. There were definitely not jokes made at Castform's expense when I was a small child. Definitely not in relation to its shape. Gen 4, we also got some bangers. Wormadam is a thing that exists, and I mean, that could make you upset, but it is what it is. But these are fine. We got more pre-evolutions. Happiny and Mime Jr. are whatever, but Bonsly, peak baby evolution, or pre-evolution. I think Elekid and Bonsly are up there for the top babies of all time. Munchlax 2. Munchlax, top 3 babies. Munchlax, Bonsly, and Elekid. And then, of course, you have all the evolutions in Gen 4. All except Rhyperior are improvements. I also think Magmortar is a little strange. I feel like they could have done more with that. But we'll take it. Gen 5 is fine. Muna's okay. The monkeys. I think Simisear was voted in Japan as the worst Pokemon of all time. And I get it. I get the hate. I don't personally have as much animosity towards it as the general public, but yeah, it's not really anything special. I would say, you know, bottom 10, maybe a couple monkeys fit in there. Simisage is okay. I like his energy, but Simipour and Simisear, I don't really like them at all. So they're probably bottom 10 for me. I did not like Girder. When Gen 5 first came out, I was really against Girder. Timber was fine, Conkeldurr was okay, but Girder, I was like, dude, no. It is just a clown holding a beam, but now I'm fine with it. I'm not as against it as I used to be. Swaddle's pretty bad. Not really a big fan. It's a baby caterpillar. And then Swadloon is also nothing really of note, but Leavanny's kind of interesting. It's like a little bug guy. I'll take Leavanny, that's fine. So I guess the whole line then is kind of elevated a little bit. Seismitoad was your least favorite for years. That is surprising. I actually do enjoy Seismitoad. Don't think I've ever been against it. But yeah, we keep going. Maractus is okay. I don't hate Maractus. It's whatever. Any other stinkers in Gen 5? They're all okay. I don't really hate anything else in here. Gen 6. These are all fine. I know Barbaracle gets a lot of hate. And it is ugly, don't get me wrong, but it's not, like, bad. I don't think. I think it's just okay. I do like Mega Barbaracle in ZA. I like the vision. Doesn't really make it, like, good, but I like the approach. The keychain is okay. Everything else is fine. Not a big fan of Crabominable. That guy's kind of weird. Maybe he's in the bottom 10 too. The Bound Sweet line, I don't really care for that either. We'll put all 3 of them in the bottom. I think Serena maybe can come out of there, but Bound Sweet and Steenie, they can go in the bottom 10. Anything else? No. I don't really hate anything in Sword and Shield either. The Galarmons are pretty solid for me. Except Toxel, of course. We all hate Toxel. Grapple-locked is annoying because it's not a water type, but otherwise I think it's okay. And then we have Paldea. I don't like Flittle or Espathra very much, especially Flittle. I really don't like that one. That's probably going in the bottom 10. Wiglet I can appreciate for what they're trying to do with the convergent evolution thing. And, yeah. So, in all of that, I think I named enough to fit the bottom 10 for me. There's really not a whole lot of Pokemon I despise. But there sure are a lot of mid-Pokemon. Oh yeah, very few things could stand up to Dracovish, so give Seismitoad his flowers. Yeah, Crabominable, there's a lot of weird things going on with that one. It is a fine line between so goofy that it's actually enjoyable. But it is a dumb baby. Alright, we should be hatching this soon, and don't hold your breath. I would be shocked if I got the shiny first try. There is usually some degree of calibration needed when there's a difference in the target frame. Alright, now's a good time to hatch, so... Can we do that, please? And now. And... now. I'm not going to get it. I'm just going to give up. Wow, I was actually pretty far off. This one's taking a little bit longer, maybe because I hit the wall too many times. It's my fault. Are we plus 10 minutes here? I'm gonna need a hatch soon. There we go. Okay. Surprise, surprise. Yes, yes. Not a shiny, but we expected that. Or I expected that. Because I'm not delusional. Despite what some of you may believe. Okay. Fingers crossed, this is the last calibration run. And then we can, by God, get this thing, please. Please, please, please. Not delusional, just insane. Okay. Yep. Yeah, you're right on the money, aren't you? All right, that's good enough. Six, 4, 6, 2. And my target was 6, 4, 5, 7. Jeez. That is about the same amount of late as I was last time, too. So that really... I think that means that I truly am needing to just recalibrate here. So, I will... Wait, no, I'll say 6461 is what I hit. Right? Is that what I should do? No, I should calibrate with this one. I really should. Let's do that. And with any luck, and I will need luck, this is it. Dear Lord, please. Please, please, please. It's quite a long wait, unfortunately. But if I'm on seed, first try, then it's fine. 1508 is my calibration for this. I wonder why the calibration varies so much. I guess it changes based on the seed I'm on. That's a factor. But I was on the seed I usually am last time, so... I don't even know what's going on anymore. Just give me the baby, please. Give me the shiny baby. Yeah, my descent into madness is real, and it can only be solved by finishing this one Pokemon, please. Please, dear God. I was on seed, which I don't want. I actually want to be 1 seed early. I guess I could change it on here so that that's less confusing, but let's see. Yeah, now that's going to show that I'm on seed. Note to self. While we're waiting, I hope I can make some progress here. So I'm going to scout out my next target, which is going to be Mr. Mime. It's going to be the same deal. The two seem to get along, the same compatibility. IVs are going to be different, but the shiny spread should be the same. So I'm going to just see what makes sense here. I'm currently going for 1406. And I probably want a cluster with stuff with gaps. A cluster with gaps, if that makes sense. So there's 10, 13, 20. Jesus Christ, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 different shiny options on that one frame, but that doesn't help me. This 26, 14, 26, 27 looks promising. It's just that these are all really long waits for the 27. $41, $42, that's not bad. I'll keep looking at that in the meantime. Okay. We have another egg on seed. I swear to all that is holy, if I was 1 frame early there, because I have a feeling, and I'm not confident enough to redo this, but if it is possible that I was 1 frame early there. And if I was, that would be devastating. But let's not speak that into existence. Let's just take it home. Surely this is going to be it. Started at 316, so 326 or 325 should be when I hatch this egg. Why must the baby be so difficult? I wish I knew. If you're wondering what I'm doing in the background here, I'm trying to pick my next target and pick it carefully because I want to set it up so that I'm less likely to get a false positive again like I did initially with this Smoochum. Why does this look different? Alright, we should be getting close to hatch time. Everybody cross your fingers. I don't think anybody wants Smoochum to get more airtime. Haha. Very funny, Shargo. I'll do a little dance. If this Smoochum is shiny, I'll do a little dance. I will give you a halftime show. But only if this particular Smoochum is shiny. So I guess the hatching time's a little longer than I expected. Okay. Please, 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 please. Oh my god. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. You little rat. Damn you. Okay. I was probably one frame early, wasn't I? Wasn't I? Don't even say it. Don't even say it. Don't even tell me. Yeah, I'll put in a few stats here. All right, that's enough. Oh, don't tell me that's impossible. Don't do that. Okay. No, we're fine. What? Come again? Where is it? Where's, where? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? What is going on? Uh, 64, okay, hold on. I should, the first frame here should be 1406. I guess I can make this earlier. Uh, 6457. This doesn't make any sense. What is happening? This is timid, right? Yeah, what are these results? If I were to assume that this is that, and this is that, and this is that, we'll reset that. Reset that. And reset that. Still no results in there, so now if I assume that this is that. Still nothing. And if I assume that this is probably the one that I need to check here. Still 6, 4, 5, 7. I'm completely lost. I could do this as my one and only use of Ace for a unique PID. I don't know if you've been keeping in touch with the stream so far, Rebel, but I've done this RNG many times now, and there were some bumps along the road, but I thought I had ironed it out, and I just have no idea why I'm not getting anything here. That does not make any sense. I 100%, I was on seed 9804 when I picked up the egg. Well, hold on, my, wait, 6, 4... I probably should change that range, actually. Maybe that's one of the reasons why I'm having issues. Okay, was that just a silly mistake on my part? Not expanding the range enough? That honestly could be it. Alright, hold on, let me plug in the IVs again. I've made sillier mistakes before, so... Oh my god, that was it. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I was 1 frame early. All of that to say, all that preamble. I was 1 frame early, like I actually knew I was. I don't know if you all remember, but I said as much. I said, you know, I feel like that was early, but I went with it, and I was 1 frame early. That was stupid. All of that was stupid, but there's no time for panic, or there's no place for panic here. I need to get this frickin' Smoochum, and I will be fine. I'll be golden. This is my bad luck charm, in the same way that Mark was my bad luck charm last time. Sheesh is all I have to say. Sure, yeah, sometimes Pokefinder can be off a little bit, but this was not one of those times. This was just me being me. Yeah, 1 frame early. Son of a gun. That's just what it is. Alright, hopefully I can get ahead of the game here. find a new shiny frame for Mr. Mime later on. So as I was looking at earlier, I was looking at 1441. Looks like I have a cluster of shiny spreads. 49, 50, 51. 52 is also shiny. Wow, there's a lot here. Probably aim for 1450. Long waits afterward, but I think it's worth it to have a lot of options here. 1448. Let's see if that's an option. All right, I'm redoing that, son of a... okay, hold on. I need to really be focused for that A-press. Don't want to be dumping 15 more minutes down the drain for no reason. Okay. I did find my next target for Mr. Mime, though. I 100% know what I'm going to be aiming for. That might have been on my previous target, which is not good, but... Okay, my new target, though, after this, which is... It's going ahead of the game a little bit, but yeah, 1450. That's a no-brainer. That's a long wait afterwards, but it's fine. Actually, you know what? Let's bring this back down. Oh yeah, 1450 for the win there. Do I have a... Alright, let's check this again. 47... 48... Yeah, that's a slam dunk. I'm almost guaranteed a shiny with that one. So I feel good about what I'm going to be aiming for next. Okay, I'm calling it. This is the shiny. If I'm on frame, or if I'm on seed. If I'm not on seed, then forget I said anything, but if I am, this is the shiny. I am saying that with 100% certainty. Please be on seed. Please, please, please. Please be on seed. Damn it. I was not on seed. Okay. Alright. What was I on, actually? I was one seed late. So on seed. On the original seed, anyway. Okay. Nope. Definitely too late. Definitely 100%, 1000%, 1,000,000%. Also, I didn't like that button press. We're going to do it again. Rapid fire. Everything's falling apart at the seams. Everything is falling apart. Psychologically speaking. Okay, okay. Okay, I'm gonna try to scout out my other targets too. Trying to be efficient here. Trying to make use of this in some form. And if I were to get... that's a 14. That's a fast target there. That's good. 14, 13. Okay, that's my target for Mr. Mime. After Mr. Mime, I have Kangaskhan, Tauros, and 4 Rhyhorn. So those would be all caught from this game. So the compatibility is going to be this. Yep. And we're going to go beyond. Yeah, let's just keep it there. Oh, we have a cluster of 3 right here. That's good. So 14... Wait, hold on. Yeah, 1498. Let's say that's our... Tauros? Yeah, let's do Tauros after that. 1498. Well, thank you. Thank you for the encouragement. I have lost my will to carry on, so now whatever happens, happens. I have fully died inside. And it's all thanks to Smoochum. Thank you, Smoochum. Thank you for all this. I was on seed. I was on seed. So, here goes nothing. Smoochum may just be a contender for my arch nemesis. It is certainly up there. Okay, I have my Tauros and I have Mr. Mime lined up for the future. Let's see if I can find one for Kangaskhan and then the 4 Rhyhorns. It's not looking great for future clusters here. Not a lot of consecutive spreads. I guess my saving grace would be if I found a shiny frame that is isolated in the sense that there are not any normal ones around it, which I can check for here in a little bit. Alright, so 1450, 1498. Alright, let's see this one. 14 or 1514. Is there a 1512 on normal? There is not. Okay. There's not a 15, 13, or 14, or 15, 14, or... Yeah, I'm not speaking the way I want to be speaking, but long story short, that's good. That is very good. Now, the real question is there a 14? 14. Is that the shiny frame? Alright, hold on. What was the shiny frame here? Or 1550. Okay, it's 1514 is the shiny frame. So there's at least 2 frames before there's no egg. But is there a 1515? That's what I want to check. There is not. Okay, that's actually a good target then. In that case, I think I found my target for Kangaskhan. And I have no idea how to spell Kangaskhan without looking at it, but this is just for my internal notes, so you all have no idea how poorly I butchered the spelling. And so the Kangaskhan spread, that's going to be 1514. Because it's very isolated, there are not a lot of eggs around it. And just to confirm... Yes, okay. Let's see about this 1530. All right, 1530. Is there a 1528? There's not. Okay, that's another 2-frame buffer. What about a 1531? No. Okay, this is also a good target then for one of the Rhyhorns. Now I have to make gender ratio 50-50 and see what this is. It's a female. Okay. Horn female. $15.30. Also, I didn't check the shiny frame for the other one. Okay. Five, 3, 6, 2. Okay. I almost have all of my future targets mapped out, which is kind of nice. At least I'm making some headway here. So I need to find the last 3 Rhyhorn spreads. So the last one I hit 1530. Let's do 1558, 1556. Is there any there? Nope. What about 1559? Nope. So that's another good target. And the 1558 is what? What gender is that? That is male. So we can do that. And I actually have a couple options here, but I'm probably going to go with 1300 frames is really fast to receive that egg, so got lucky there. All right, 1595 is female. Okay, we're getting close to egg hatching time, so I'll scout out the next few spreads in a second. Oh, you know what? I did all of that on the wrong seed, damn. Well. Screw me, I guess. I'll have to sort that out later. Alright, Smoochum. Come on. Let's get this over with. Yep. No! No! God. No! Why? Oh my god, I hit the same fucking one, didn't I? It's the same 1 frame early. I'm not even gonna. I just know that's what it is. 1 frame early, twice in a row. God, I just know that's what it was. Woo! The misery never ends. Suffering never ends. Woo! Yeah, this is tough. I was really reaching the depths with Lickitung too, but this is special. I still hate Lickitung after everything, mainly because it was my fault, with the IVs being wrong and some other stuff, but this, yeah, this is tough. This is really tough. Right at the finish line too. Yeah, Kanto's got me. Got me in its clutches. Too late. And by too late, I mean 1 frame late. Happy Sunday, Q. Very happy Sunday. Super, super happy. Once again, not on seed. 1 seed late. Tisk, tisk. 1820, okay. Today I have been hunting for nothing but the baby Smoochum that will turn into Jinx. That is all I've been working on so far, despite being devastatingly close many, many times. Let's just say Smoochum has been giving me some trouble today. Some serious trouble. Some of which was on me, for sure. But some of which has just been pretty dumb luck. Or bad luck. Dumb luck is usually means you have good luck, I think. But yeah, no, the other one. Anyway, we're reaching desperate levels at this point. If I don't get it soon. Desperation is creeping in. And once again, sheesh. Off seed by one. Yeah, I've been balancing on the rim for several hours, basically. It's been rough. It's really been rough, but I'm gonna get this thing. That's for damn sure. In the meantime, I'm trying to scout out the rest of my eggs, which frames I'll be aiming for. It's tough too, because this is a very long wait per attempt. Well, maybe it's good that you got the notification late because not a whole lot's been going on so far. But hopefully here soon. Anyway, I was looking at this. Okay. $14.68. Okay, that's another potential. $14.67 for a male Rhyhorn. Okay, I feel pretty good about that one, if we're on seed. It's a real shame because this is the last egg that's over 20 cycles. And it's a shame that this is the one we're caught on. It just wastes like a few minutes each egg hatch with it, which at this point, I don't know how many of these eggs I've hatched, but damn, it's been way too many. Please, please, please tell me I'm on seed because I think that was a really good button press and I'd really like to get this over with. Please, please, please. Please, 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 please. Did I add enough pleases in there? Wow, these are so many results. Which... Why are there so many damn results? Alright, it's inner focus. None of these are late enough on seed, I don't think. Might have been freaking too late that time. Why? Why? What is happening to my brain? My brain is ceasing to function. Okay, where was I? 1474. Nope. Okay, that's good. So now we have this. And this is a female. That's not going to do. That simply will not do. Let's try this. 1484. 1497. God damn it. I was one seed early that time. This was one of the streams where that was probably a good idea, Awkward. I've been stuck. Been stuck this whole time, really. Woo! Put me out of my misery, please. Please, please, please. Yes, we are still on Smooch. Rebel, that is in fact... What's happening? There were two... I tried 2 separate times with this current configuration, and I was 1 frame early on the pickup. Twice. So collectively, that was already 30 minutes worth of attempts, plus all the confusion with some of the Pokefinder filter stuff, and then before that, it was not realizing I was on the wrong initial shiny frame for the first half, and it's been a whirlwind. It's been a roller coaster today. And now I just cannot, for the life of me, get this on seed this last half here. So I think when I do, that's all I'll need, because I feel like I'm hitting this button the way I need to, but it is killing me. It is killing me dead. So... Today's not my day. That is right. Certainly not. And still not on seed. My God. 1 late again. What do I have for my 1973? Don't like that. What did I do to piss off Arceus? That's a good question. I think I flew too close to the sun last time. I was just popping out those shiny eggs way too quickly, and the Pokegods were not about it. You gotta share the load, right, Rebel? We have a lonely boy, ladies and gentlemen. Are you kidding me? Wait, why is there... These results don't look right anyway. What is... 7, 21... Oh, that's 8. No wonder. But I still didn't get it. Yeah, geez, this is quite the streak. I am feeling great after all that's happened today. This is tough. Well, you wouldn't know I had any greatness right now. You'd have no flippin' idea. Okay. In other news, I do have almost all the future eggs mapped out here. I just need one last spread for the final female Rhyhorn. And if I'm looking at what's in front of me, this could be it, as long as I confirm. What's that, 15, 12? Let's see if this is viable. 15, 15. Okay, that works. So 15, 14 for a female. Yep, that would do it. Okay, I have all my other targets mapped out now. It'll... who knows when I'll get to them, but they're ready for whenever. Can it be? Was I on seed? For once in my frickin' life? Let me just double check. That's, yeah, okay. Well, I'll be darned. We actually have something to hatch. And if this is a frame early once again, I will truly lose the will to carry on. Most definitely. That one sounded good? Okay. Well, we shall see. We have officially hit 3 hours of nothing but smoochum eggs. 3 hours of this. Which means I have certainly done my time. And that I deserve a shiny egg now, right? That's what that means. That's a hunt at modern odds, yeah. I guess if you're thinking about, well, Masuda breeding is still, it probably still takes longer than a few hours for most things, right? I don't actually know how fast it gets in games other than Sword and Shield. That's the one I did most of my Masuda breeding in on the Switch. And I did plenty of it in Diamond and Pearl as well back in the day, but that was very slow compared to the modern games now. But in terms of like a normal shiny hunt, with modern methods, yeah, 3 hours is a very long time. What's going on, Savvy Larson? You have, you've joined at quite a precarious time in my streaming career, let's put it that way. I mean, it's definitely not the worst. I think I spent a collective, like, 5 hours on the Lickitung egg when all was said and done. So I've only spent 3 hours on Smoochum. And potentially this one could be it. It could be all over once I hatch this egg, but only time will tell. Anyway, how are you doing? Well, I hope. Probably better than me right now. Have you ever done any kind of RNG manipulation before? It's funny too. You should watch my Spinda video and come straight here, because basically the breeding process is exactly the same in Fire Red and Leaf Green as it is in Ruby and Sapphire. It's just that you have to RNG your initial seed in Fire Red and Leaf Green as well. So an additional frame perfect reset, or additional frame perfect input per step. Alright, I think we should be Eggtown commencing in 2 minutes. A little less than 2 minutes. Very nice. Are you doing a ribbon master, like with all the ribbons throughout the generations? Big fan of that challenge. If you want to get familiar with how RNG works, if you want a good place to start for practice, I would definitely recommend practicing in Gen 4 first. Gen 4 is probably the easiest, or Gen 5, but there's a couple considerations with that one, setting it up. So if you're looking for like the easiest transition, Gen 4 would be my recommendation, is the best place to start. But you are welcome to start Gen 3. I wouldn't do Fire Red and Leaf Green. I would do Ruby and Sapphire, or Emerald. One of those three. That would be it. Oh, Ella. It's funny, you typed XD and it thought you meant the emoji, but yeah. Yeah, starting in Kalo and XD, it's definitely doable. Good luck. Good luck is all I have to say. It's not the easiest set of games to start in, but you certainly can. A lot has changed in the tools department since I did my Kalo run, so I'm sure you're not going to have too hard of a time with it, especially with some of the easier targets. The harder ones, we have to use blink timer and everything, that can get pretty squirrely. Yes! Yes! I'm pretty sure it's shiny, but yeah. Holy shit. Oh my god. That sucked. That sucked, people. But I did it. First try. I've lost my brain. My brain is gone. For all I know, that was first try. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, we can't let that be the only one, right? I have to do at least one more. Right? Just one more. One more fix. But yes, thank you all for your support during this troubling time. Now keep doing it till I get a mail. You're right. I should cover all my bases. Let's not leave anything out. Let's get that mail. That mail jinx, of course. Oh, man. Okay. Perhaps that gave me the strength to carry on. Perhaps that was enough. Yes, thank you, Awkward, for telling me. Okay. Little smooch. Little smoochy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Tyrone Smoochy Wallace. Welcome to the club. What am I doing right now? I'm looking for where Smoochum goes, or Jinx. It goes after Scyther. Goes right there. Okay. Alright. But give it up for the Abra. Couldn't have done it without Abra. And you're a piece of garbage to sit at the bottom of the garbage can forever. And I'm gonna go in that order, I think. Yep, we're good. Alright. I'm gonna annihilate this next egg. In fact, I'm gonna get it first try. I'm gonna get it first try to spite Smoochum. It's personal. It's personal, and it's 100% against Smoochum. And I only have... I don't even have enough max repels to do the rest of these, but I at least have enough for the next few. Alright. I will never understand why Mr. Mime has a 50-50 gender ratio. Can someone explain that to me, please? Okay, so they... Wait, no, they seem to get along still. That's still the thing. Mimian is truly an enigma. Oh, that's true, Savvy. She's doing something shady. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, but there is no Mrs. Mime, officially. Where is Mrs. Mime? Show me Mrs. Mime. Alright, 1415 is supposedly what I selected for my target, but I do want to double check something because I don't think I was fully conscious in the past few hours, so things could definitely be different here. Okay, first things first, I'm changing the IVs in here, which I've neglected to do several times before. 2015, 17. '23, 22, 24. Okay, so now those are correct. And why is this not a result here? That doesn't change anything. They seem to get along because they do. Oh, that's because this is not right. Silly, 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 silly me. Okay. I need to double check one thing, which is there an egg 2 frames prior to this? Tell me there's not. Oh, there is. Gasp. I have made a mistake. A grave mistake. But it's fine. It's fine. I just need to... Let's see. Is there anything in between here that works? What about 1414? I'll accept 2 frames is fine. Okay, that actually is fine, actually, probably. What am I saying? What is going on here? Okay. 1416. No, 17. And is 17 a shiny? Yes, it is. Okay. So, we're on track. We're good. We're fine. Everything's okay. Everything's fine. Let me go back to 14 and 5. Okay, so just so you all can see what I'm looking at here, this is going to be my target for Mr. Mime, and what's important here is that I'm making sure I'm selecting a target frame that does not have an egg directly next to it. So there is no egg at 1414. There is one at 1413. I usually like to give myself a 2-frame buffer, but it's only 14... there's a gap at 1414, meaning I'm likely, at least, to not get a false positive here. If I am 1 frame early on the egg generation, there should be no egg and I should be fine if I'm on seed. So that gives me some insurance there. And there's also nothing... There's no 1416, but there's a 1417, but that's also a shiny frame. So if I, for whatever reason, am 2 frames late, then that's also a viable target. So I know you all don't want to listen to me ramble on forever. So that is the logic. So I'm going to put that into my target, and I need to put in my calibration for the egg, which is always this number. This one doesn't seem to change, but the other one does for some reason. Couldn't tell you why, but what do I know? That's what nicknames are for. No. Nicknames are... They're not legit. Have you ever used Pokemon RNG's browser-based tools? I rarely get them to work. I never really have a need for the browser-based tools because I have all the programs downloaded on my computer. So I've never had a need for them. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad that you're absorbing something productive here. Okay, so I need to step forward on exactly the right frame so that I can generate the first half of the shiny Mr. Mime egg. And I have an egg, which is a good sign. Either that means I'm not on seed, I'm 2 frames early, I'm on seed, or I'm 2 frames late. Oh, I don't want to do that. Okay, hold on. Do I have enough time? Get me out of here. I need to confirm if I'm on seed. gonna be close. I'm sure you'll get it. I'll explain it a million more times, because I have plenty of eggs left to do anyway. Okay, a little late on that Abra, but that's fine. It's just an approximation. It doesn't matter. Alrighty, so this is looking to be the 4,500 range. I don't need this to be as high anymore, so I'm going to bring that back down to 6,000, because I don't think any of my targets are above that. This is a male. A lonely boy. Not a lonely boy. And I was 1 frame late. I mean, 1 seed late is what I mean. So, never mind. A coin flip is really good. I agree. With this kind of thing, a coin flip is not bad. So, I was not on seed there, which means I have to start the entire process over again. So I need to reject this egg. I need to withdraw my parents from the daycare. I need to redeposit them, and I need to do the thing again. So that's the only unfortunate thing. If I don't hit my seed with this step, there's a lot that goes into it. But it's worth it, because when I get it right, I lock in the right frame, and it's all good. Yeah, I think Savvy knows already that the GameCube games are not ideal for your first RNG, but it's definitely doable. It's not anything super crazy unless your target is out there. If I remember correctly, Spheal is not the worst thing you could go for in XD. There are some stipulations with that, but it's not awful. So I think you could do it if you wanted to. One, two, three, four. Oh, and in all the commotion, I didn't even add to the counter. I didn't even add to the spreadsheet. I am truly, truly lost. Let's do that real quick. Boom. Get out of my frickin' face. You stupid, smoochy thing. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, there's plenty of places you can watch Kalo RNG, XD RNG, not as many. There's probably a couple guides and tutorials out there. Nerp. Awkward. Are you talking about the Shadow Scyther in XD or the Shadow Caesar in Japanese Colosseum? Okay. Oh yeah, that is unfortunate due to all the additional setup and having to play through the entire Japanese Colosseum to get to the e-card room. It's okay. We'd much rather have duds than false positives. Your Bibbin master, Rebel. Oh, man. Yeah, it is a lot of stuff you have to invest in. There's some shortcuts if you wanted to. You could inject the e-card data. You could change your region on a Wii or a GameCube. Not super, with not super difficulty, so. It's okay. Duds are okay. Yeah, Sneasel is one of the easy targets in Colosseum. One of the easiest of the bunch. So even if you don't care about it being shiny, if you would prefer a shiny Sneasel over a regular Sneasel, then it would be very easy to just pick one of those. You would have to RNG your Trainer ID and Secret ID first to make a particular spread shiny that has good stats, though. So that would be the only other consideration there. But if it's just stats you want, then it would be one easy RNG in the mid-game, and you'd be off to the races. Sheesh. Where are these eggs? Where are they? Excuse me. Okay, I am either not on seed a lot, or I'm getting these, I'm hitting these frames in the middle, in between my target. So it seems. That's the only downside with this, is that you can't you can't know where you were because you didn't generate an egg, so you have nothing to check. Only downside. Okay, fingers crossed. I was 1 seed late again. Very unfortunate. Tisk, tisk. Is there a Pokemart here? Yes, there is. I need to buy more Max Repels. Hopefully I don't need to use all 32 of those, but we'll definitely need more. Yeah, the unfortunate reality with GameCube RNG is a lot of the tools are still in Japanese. There's no English alternative. But you get used to what everything is without having to read it. I have used many Japanese tools now over the years, and I couldn't tell you what any of the katakana means whatsoever. As exemplified by my, when I played through Japanese Coliseum, I put in the wrong name because I don't know anything about Japanese at all. I just memorize where everything is. You'd be surprised how far you can go without perfect Pokeblocks. I never made perfect blocks. I ribbon mastered 2 Pokemon. The Shadow Caesar from Coliseum and also an Entei from Coliseum. And both of them had imperfect sheens, or whatever you call it. I didn't give them perfect Pokeblocks. I gave them good Pokeblocks. They were pretty well balanced, but they weren't perfect. And it was still plenty to get them through the Gen 3 and 4 contests. In Gen 6, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4. In Gen 6, you can then add whatever's left. You can make more Pokeblocks or whatever it is and feed him. and then make up the difference for the Gen 6 contests. But even then, I don't even know if you need... I don't even know if you need perfect contest stats for the Gen 6 contests either. I just did it because I figured it'd be easier. The Jirachi tools in Japanese? I think so, yeah. I've used it a few times. Can't remember, though. It's been a long time now since I've used it. I have it downloaded somewhere on my PC. Yeah, look up some berry guides, because there's multiple ways to get some of them, but it's tough no matter what. Yeah, I know in the GameCube games themselves, there are ways to get some of the rare berries. I think you either have to have a lot of battle coupons and spend those, or whatever it is. Savvy, you don't need live batteries for the berries. You would need live batteries to grow them, but you could easily clone them with Emerald Battle Tower glitch if you have an emerald. Okay. Can I get an egg, please? I feel like that's on seed. And I'm just hitting the gaps. Yeah, you can clone berries. You give them to a Pokemon in the PC, and then you do the duplication glitch at the Battle Tower, and you can clone any item, including the berries. Yeah, your emeralds as is, they're good enough. No battery required. Okay. I have a feeling we're not on seed, but just in case, I'll go through the whole charade again. What is reverse clone, Rebel? You mean like just delete it by accident? Is that what reverse clone means? Never actually heard that. Damn it! One seed late again. I knew I was I knew I was late on the seed. I actually knew that. Oh, how did I know it, you might ask? Well, I just know these things, and despite knowing, I suffer anyway. Oh, that's a good point, Rebel. Using that to get rid of bad eggs. I never really thought of that, but that's pretty smart. Would it be easier? No. You can clone rare candies very quickly, especially if you have more than one. Because here's the thing, as long as you have a Pokemon to hold the item, you can clone as many items as you want simultaneously. Like, if you have 20 rare candies, then what you can do is you can give 20 Pokemon in your PC rare candies, save the game, then withdraw the 20 rare candies, do the Battle Tower glitch, and then afterward, you will now have double that. So instead of 20 rare candies, you now have 40 rare candies. So it is incredibly fast, especially when you have multiples. And it's easy to do. Yeah, I think Rebel has freaked you out in this reverse cloning nonsense, but I've never had that happen to me. I've used the cloning glitch many times. It's pretty straightforward. Just you know, follow a decent guide and you'll be fine. Okay, I'm pretty damn sure this isn't one frame late on the seed. So unless I'm one seed early, we could be cooking here. This could be a promising little fella. And Eureka, I am on seed, finally. Which means we have a candidate here. And a good one at that. I feel good about this one because of the way I set it up. I will, whether I was 2 frames late or on target, I think I'm going to be fine either way. So I'm feeling good. This is, yeah, again, 4400, so this is most certainly it synchronizes the ability. Yeah, not a chance. Any of these other options are it. So we are set up and ready to go for the next half. The only question I have is, will my previous calibration work for this? I don't know, because it seems to change randomly at all times. But let's not worry about that right now. Let's just see what we get. I'm going. I'm moving in. Whoops. Alright. Let's see if I can figure out what this is. It's about 20 seconds early. So 20 seconds. Would that be 1,000 frames? It's like 1,200. Yeah, it's about 1,200 frames earlier, so... Okay, so I just need to subtract 1,200 from my likely range here. Anyway, this is quirky. And what was this? So 50, or basically 5,600, 4,600, 4,400. So yeah, about 4,400. And this looks like it's it. So we have a run right away. We have an egg that we are hatching, and it is a 20 cycle egg. So it is going to be shorter than all the other ones we've hatched so far. It's maybe about 8 minutes total, I believe, if I'm remembering how long Farfetch'd used to take. So yeah, 8 minutes, and then we will see. And as promised, of course, you know, it's going to be a first try shiny because I said it would be. So that's what it's going to be. And you're just going to have to see for yourself. That's what's going to happen. Of course, no pressure. Yeah. I'm a truthful person who always tells the truth all the time. I would never lie. Never even think of doing such a thing. Practicing on emulator would probably be easier, for all intents and purposes. The reason being, you have a lot of other options on emulator that you can use to kind of check what's going on. Like there's Lua scripts, which will show you exactly which frame PRNG state you're on, which frame you're hitting, basically. Which encounter you're getting. You don't have to check the IVs. You can know immediately whichever Pokemon you encounter, what its PID is, where it came from. So if anything, if you wanted to go incrementally, practicing on emulator would be like a baby step almost, if you didn't want to start with retail right away. And there's other advantages too, like you can save state, you can pause the PRNG, which is not something you can do on the actual games. So these are all features that are not possible on retail hardware that may make it easier for you to kind of get a grasp of what's going on. It's especially helpful for Gen 3 and 4 games because the PRNG advances constantly, you know, just as time passes. Whereas games like Gen 4 and 5, the PRNG doesn't advance, you know, constantly. It's just based on what happens in the game when frames are consumed, or in specific situations, sometimes frames are consumed. But anyway, that's more than you needed to know. All you really need to know is that starting an emulator would be easier and may be beneficial, but not required. Not necessary. All right, we should be coming up on this hatch pretty soon, according to my calculations. Of course, my calculations are almost always incorrect, it seems. So, perhaps I've spoken too soon. You're welcome. Feel free to ask any questions about RNG, and I will try to do my best to answer. I have a lot of experience with a lot of different methods. I would say my biggest blind spots are certain Gen 5 RNGs, Gen 6 and Gen 7. Not a lot of experience there. I know the basics of how they work, but not a lot of practical experience. Otherwise, I'm pretty well versed. Okay, maybe this this whole egg thing is taking a little longer than I thought it would, but I also wasn't really paying attention to the clock when I started, so... But it should be soon now, right? Am I right about that? Mr. Mime is a 20 cycler, I'm sure. Yeah, I don't blame you for dragging your feet on type null, Awkward. That is very understandable. I could have sworn Mr. Mime was a 20 cycler. Maybe it's a 25 cycler. Maybe I got that wrong. Because that's at least 7 minutes. I don't know. We're pushing it. Okay. Oh, wow. A red Mr. Mime. I was totally expecting that. Totally expecting that. I never committed to anything before, right? You didn't hear me say anything about that. Yeah, that's a great one, Savvy. And then once you do that, then try RNGing a shiny starter. Those two go hand in hand. Okay, let's see what we're working with here. $20.28. 10.18. 10.11. 9. 27.29. 6. 7. Yeah, I said it. This is modest. Okay. No results. What did I do wrong this time? Mr. Mime is a 50-50 gender ratio, is it not? I'll double check that real quick. Yep, it's 50-50. And these IVs should be right. Oh, my ranges are probably off again. No, they're on point. Two seem to get along. Okay. What have I done? Ability again? I haven't changed. I didn't even mess with the ability. My target's 14-15, so that's within this. And 20... Wait a damn minute. Wait a burger flipping second. Hold on. Did I not change this? Son of a bitch. I did not change this. Okay. Well, no wonder I didn't get it, because I was aiming for the wrong... Okay, here's what happened. I had this changed to a seed early from my last thing, when it should have been this. So I didn't hit the right seed. I hit the wrong seed. So with that, now that I know that's what happened, I can now figure out where I landed. I just need to put that seed in versus the other one. So hold on. So I put that in. Okay. Now we still don't get a result. What the hell? Now why am I not getting a result now? Why? Okay. I'm sick of what's going on here. I'm sick of all of this, all of these shenanigans. All right, well, what I could do is... Here, let me just... When I'm in a jam, this is what I do. I say, you definitely inherited the 6 IV from the Ditto. And... Does Mr. Mime only have one ability? I guess so. So I can't use that. But I have the gender. That's helpful. Alright. So with just that criteria... Oh my god, there's so many freaking options. Okay. Wait. 415. That's what I was aiming for, right? Yeah, 415. Okay. So I can probably reasonably figure out where this is. 2597 was what I was aiming for. What is even relatively close to that? Nothing. There's nothing close to that here. Okay. Why? Why are you doing this to me? God damn it. Okay. What is going on here? Did I just, screw everything up with my... when I aimed for the wrong thing here? Okay, if I change this back to what that was... Yeah, this is what I was at. Yeah. Could I have been on this? Let's check. We're really problem solving here now. And I guess I have to put all these IVs back in. Holy moly. This is not great. Yeah, modest. Okay. That still gives me nothing. All right, the only thing left to do is double check my Mr. Mime's IVs. I'm pretty sure I fixed them in my sheet, but I'm just going to double check. All right, get some rest, Bravely. Glad you stopped by. Okay. Okay, going down to Mr. Mime. 20, 15, 17. Oh, that's that's not the same. Why? I thought I fixed these already. All right, whatever. 20, 15, 17. 23, 22, 24. 23, 22. Okay, I had one wrong. And now that that makes sense, this is going to make sense. But apparently not. Apparently that's still not giving me results. Oh, because this is not... Okay, okay. I figured it out again. Fear not. Okay, wait a damn minute though. 1451. How in the hell? I was aiming for 1415. Why is there a... What? 25. Yeah. What? 1451? Did I have a stroke? Did I type that in wrong? How the hell did I get 1451 for my held advances? I was aiming for 1415. Did I literally type them in backwards? Okay, but hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, that's 25.99. So I was 2 frames late according to this. So I guess I'll calibrate that. But... Alright, 25.99. But I think this is a shiny frame, though. I think I can still use this. As long as if memory serves. That is definitely a shiny frame. I can still use this, actually, which is good. I'm so confused, though, how I got this. I must have typed it in wrong. I'm going to have to look back. But that is for me to troubleshoot and for you all to see next time. So yeah, I think I'm going to call it now. It's been a wild ride today. I at least got the damn Smoochum. That is the one thing I can say, and I'm really happy about that. But the mystery of the Mr. Mime, I'm going to have to solve that in between now and next time. As for when next time will be, not sure. Probably going to stream next Sunday at least in a week. Whether I can do it before that, I don't know. But it's a shame I wasn't able to make much progress today. Still got the Smoochum, but... it is what it is. So, thank you everyone so much for joining me and cheering me on during my suffering. The way this pattern goes, usually I have really slow streams, and then I have really, really good streams where I'm just like knocking it out of the park constantly. So, hopefully this is another one of those moments where next stream I'm just going to totally knock out all the rest of the shinies that I need. So, fingers crossed. But anyway, have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll see you super soon-ish, hopefully.